Do you have a stick?
No, yeah, I can bring one.
Yeah.
You can use it.
It's doing software.
Yeah.
I don't see it here yet in the list.
We have some. No.
There's one here.
მეგობრებო, ფლეშკა ხო არ გაქვს თავისუფალი? ერთი წუთი რო მათხოვოთ. აი, აღარც ის რა სხვა ფლეშკა გვაქვს.
Okay.
You see it?
There it is.
Yeah. გამონახოთ თუ დამჭირდება. Is it done?
I think so.
Yeah. You can wait.
So
Yeah,
it's done.
okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. All right. I'm David Deacon. We had scheduled today for Mark Ivanovsky to present. Mark has another meeting. I was scheduled for Thursday morning, so we have taken the 2 morning sessions and just shifted. Mark will give his talk tomorrow at 9, and I will present to you today. Okay, so who am I? I'm an entrepreneur. I have built 5 companies of my own, and I think I am perhaps representative of your life 20 years from now, or perhaps more like 40 years from now. I have founded 3 companies you see here in quite different fields: custom optical development, flexible display, tunable laser transmitters. My background, I'm an engineer. I went to MIT and Stanford in laser physics. I became more interested in doing new things than in following the career path for a standard professor. And that has led to a life of entrepreneurship. Perhaps you have similar motivations. So some of these companies I founded have been successful, and others have not been successful. Let me give you a sketch of how this worked for me. My first company, does this work? No. Okay, it's not important. The first company, Custom Optical Equipment, was built in the late 80s based upon the technology that I had developed at the university. We sold products to the US government and to aerospace industry. I built this company and bootstrapped the company. Bootstrapping is an English term which means that you take no external capital and you use your profits to run the company. So it's a very good way of growing a company because you end up owning all of the company at the end. You're not giving away equity to generate the capital that you need to grow. However, it's slow. You only have so much profit in a year, so the investments that you can make are small. So it took me 12 years to build the company from 0 to $6 million in revenue. But it was stable, and I sold that company and had a good exit. Next company, Gemfire, was a venture-funded company based upon some of the technologies I had developed in Deakin Research. The venture-funded company was ultimately not successful. We had the best VCs. We had our Series A round was Kleiner Perkins and Moore Davidow. We had in Series B, we brought in Kodak and LG Electronics from Korea. The technology for flexible display was intended to replace TV sets, so large wall-mounted TV sets, which were being developed at that time. This was in the early 90s. For flat panels, the LCD technology was beginning to come into place, but LCDs were about this large and very expensive. It was after 2 years of development, we had a major pivot for this company because we found we could not raise the Series C. The Series C round was prevented by the business climate at the time in the display business. This was at the same time as the Asian financial crisis. We could not, even with Kleiner Perkins and Moore Davidow, Kodak, and LG Electronics, we could not raise the next round of funding. For us, this was going to be, Series C, was going to be $100 million to build a manufacturing plant. And it was too much money at the time. So our company had to pivot. We went away from the product of flexible displays and used some of the technology for a different type of display product. Personally, I was not very interested in that product, so I left the company at that time. This is a difficult transition for the company to have the founder leave, but we accomplished that in an amicable, supportive way. And I then founded the third company, Sparkler, doing, in the telecommunications space, transmitters for 10 gigabit data transmission. The third company, founded in 1999, we had product ready for the market in 2002, but this was not a good time, and we could not raise our Series B round in 2002. If you remember, all of the telecommunications industry was destroyed that year. Nortel Networks, for example, in 2001, their stock price was $100. In 2002, their stock price was 99 cents. So Sparkler, we sold to Intel Corporation for the technology that was in the company. In truth, for me, this was not a good exit as founder. Founders only make money on their stock, and Intel wanted this for the technology. If the investors aren't making money, well, the founder will not make any money either. So next year, the second company, Gemfire, the one I had left, they went bankrupt. So very quickly, I lost 2 companies. But I had money from the first company. I then became an angel investor. I've invested in 20 companies like you in Silicon Valley, most of which have died. So my money has gone in those investments. But some of them continue, and they are paying back my initial investment. So some of you will be successful also. Success is mixed. Sometimes it's a very big success, sometimes not so big. But in this group, there will be very successful companies. I have seen enough in 2 groups. I will see 2 more groups later this week, today and tomorrow. I've seen enough to know that you can be successful. Yes, more work, but you can be successful. And in 20 years, you will be here, standing here, talking about your investments in other companies in Georgia. It's just the way it works. Once you have become successful, you want to help other entrepreneurs as well. I'm also a principal advisor for technology startups. I do commercialization training for these companies. I work for the National Institute of Health and the National Science Foundation through their, what we call, this is a grant program for small companies called SBIR, Small Business Innovation Research Grants. And I'm also working with HubSV to create ecosystems like we're trying to build here in Georgia, where founders become successful and reinvest in their own community so that Georgia now becomes self-sustaining as an entrepreneurial environment. Okay, my objective today with you, I want to help you understand a couple of key concepts that will help you grow your companies. There are two things I want you to think about. The first is product market fit. Product market fit is really the number one reason for companies who fail. Companies don't do all the work they need to compare their products with what the market is looking for. And the way you do that comparison is by asking customers, would they buy your product? And then really listening. It can be difficult to listen. And as we've seen, there are many ways that you can fail in accomplishing that self-education process, in listening to what your customers say. I want to take you through the issues, how to do your job effectively to figure out a product market fit. We've been talking about pivots today. I explained to you in my career I've taken many, many pivots. They happen unexpectedly. When you do this well, you will have pivots. You will have the opportunity to improve your business. The second biggest cause of startup failure is people, especially in the internet, web-based business area. Entrepreneurs don't understand how important customer acquisition cost is. So this is how you measure your ability to sell your product. So today, I want to take you through both the issues of product market fit and customer acquisition cost. We will start this morning with product market fit. We'll take a break, and when you come back, we'll do the cost issue. Okay, so there are two things that I want you to learn. Customer development is what we're talking about this morning. I'll tell you about the 4 stages of success in customer development and what to expect while you're accomplishing this work. This afternoon on customer acquisition cost, you'll learn about channel strategy and why this is important, really, because it changes your business strategy. Okay, what does it look like for you to be successful? Does anybody not want success? Of course. So there are only really 3 things that you need to have. You need revenue, you need profit from that revenue, and then you need to grow like crazy, grow like stink. Okay? All 3 things, they're different. We should talk through each one of these. It's possible to get revenue in 10 minutes. Go to a friend, show him your web-based prototype product, and have him pay you $10 for that product. If he likes it, if he's an early stage person, he may give you $10 for that product, and you have your first revenue for your company. 1 is not enough, but you can start quickly to get revenue. And I encourage you to do this. Profit is, the ability to have money left over as you execute your business. So how much does it cost you to produce and deliver that product? After it's profitable, after you have assured yourself that your business is going to be profitable, how do you grow? And that has to do with a different category of costs, which are your sales costs. It's not supposed to go black here. Okay. So that's how to succeed. You make those three things happen for your company. Here are three ways to fail. If you say these things to investors, it's organized the same way. This is revenue, profit, and this is growth. If I say to my investor, my customers will love my product, what's wrong with that? Well, what's wrong is you are saying from yourself, my customers will love it. It's a projection. It's not proof. Your investors want to know, have you proven this? Okay. What do you want to project to the investor? Being hopeful is a good thing. But if that's all you're telling them about your plans, how confident will they be in your presentation? Not very confident. So don't say my customers will love my product. Say to your investors, I have talked to 150 different customers. They have taught me much about my product. I have learned that many of them will not buy my product. Real. And some of them, who I described this way, young women in Georgia, whatever the characteristics of your market segment are, that's the segment that will love my product, and they tell me they love it because answer. Okay. This is not the first time you've heard this today, but I'm trying to be clear to you. If the investor hears you give a prediction, you just lost the investor. They're no longer interested. Okay, the second point. What's wrong with saying, my price is 35% lower than the competition, and therefore I'm going to capture this marketplace? Any suggestion? What's wrong with that? Yep. Sorry? It's not realistic. That's a good point, because 35% isn't that much of a change compared to the existing market. You need a bigger differentiation from the market than that. You need a bigger differentiation because that's how you produce gross margin for your business. And look ahead to next year. You're on the market now. All your competitors know what you're doing and what your prices are. 35%, they can adjust their prices 35%. And you lose your advantage in 1 year. This is not good. More important than that is, if you cannot explain to your investor why your customers aren't willing to pay more for your product, then you cannot really state convincingly that you have a better product. Your customers should appreciate the extra value you're bringing to the marketplace and wish to pay more for your product. Okay, now there are different kinds of businesses. A low-cost business, which produces mainly low cost, this is a valuable business, but not with a 35% improvement. 10 times is the improvement that you need. And there's a different kind of business where you're offering much more value and a premium product. So you don't have to do all of these things, but don't lead with such a weak statement to your investor. Be aware of the business type that you are and state the advantage. Okay, and then again on the last point, we need capital to reach new customers. Of course you do. But if you say that in 7 minutes he's expecting a very focused pitch. He hears, all I know about my sales process is I need money. That's not a very powerful pitch. So give him proof. Remember, how does the investor work? They see 100 pitches every quarter, maybe 500 pitches, depending on the VC. They will compare yours with all the others in the same field that they're looking at now. They won't tell you about them. They won't tell the other people about your pitch, but they see it all, and they look for the best. For them, best is low risk, and of course they're looking for a high return. So prove to them that their capital invested in your business is going to produce the lowest risk, highest return. Well, you don't know the alternative, so all you can say is this is a low risk because, and this is a high risk, high return for you because. So everything comes down to proof. You're trying to attract a very discriminating customer, the venture investor, or be it the case, an angel investor, and they need the proof before they will consider investing. Okay, here's what you want to accomplish for revenue, profit, and growth. The process is called customer development. That's what we'll cover for the next hour. This helps you find who is my buyer, what does she buy. Okay, we're segmenting now. Your business may be selling to women. Why do they buy and when do they buy it? All those things. Learn from the customer. For profitability, we're talking about a number which is called gross margin. Who understands gross margin already? Please put your hand up. Okay. So there's an equation here for gross margin. Look at this. It defines the profitability of your company. Take your total revenue for the month or for the year, subtract the cost of goods sold. That's not all the costs in your company. It's the delivery cost. It's cost associated with producing the product and putting it in the customer's hands. If you're a web business, the cost of goods sold can be very low. And then it's a margin, it's a percentage. The profit divided by your revenue, very simple equation. To be a good company that's attractive for investment, this number must be larger than 65%. For every $100 you make, $65 of profit. That profit you are going to use when you run your business to grow your business and to improve your product. It's very important to have enough. Well, you say, why not have 10% profit? Isn't that good enough? Well, the answer to that is it won't help you grow your business. If you look at public companies that are competing with many others, you may see a published margin, not the gross margin, but the margin published may be 10% or 5%. But the gross margin, remember, you're leaving out many costs. This simple formula needs to give you a number which is 65% or more, and if you're a software company, it's often 85, 90%. Okay, so let's say you've done your work now with your customer development, and you have a gross margin of 65%. Next question is, can you grow? Well, growing involves sales activity, and the sales is costly. We are going to do an exercise towards the end of this hour where I'm going to ask one of you to come up and represent your company, and we will go through the gross margin and the customer acquisition cost evaluation for your company. Hopefully that will be helpful for all of you. But the growth number, if you look at all of your sales cost, that is your customer acquisition cost. So everything I spend on my Facebook marketing campaigns, my AdWords costs, the sales guys I hire to do that work. If I have an in-field sales force, I have a trained salesman who goes to call on customers. It includes his travel as well as his salary. That needs to be less than 20% of this number, LTV, which is the lifetime value of your product for the customer. So customer lifetime value. I'll go over this again, but I just want you to get the basic idea now. The customer lifetime value is basically the profit that you can, on average, gain from each customer. The customer will only be with you for a certain number of months. You need to know how many months and what's the revenue that you get per month from that customer. That tells you your gross profit per customer. And if your sales costs are higher than the lifetime value you get from the customer, how do you scale your business? You're going to be asking an investor to give you millions of dollars to execute a sales strategy. Why would he give you money if you haven't proven, it cost me $10 to acquire this customer and I get a revenue of $50? Okay, that ratio, 5 to 1, is about what's required to attract the venture investor. Is that clear? The acquisition cost should be less than 20% of your customer lifetime value. Okay, do we have any questions about the definitions of lifetime value, gross margin, cost of goods sold? I'll come back to this later, so you can ask detailed questions later. Please. Yep.
Where do you cut the lifetime value? When the customer dies, or is there a certain range that you say is just relevant for the next 3 years?
So you need to measure something about your customers.
Yeah, the lifetime value.
The churn of your website, or if you're selling hardware, the churn would be the time at which he replaces your product with something else. In a web product, your churn may be 20, 30, 50% per month. I have 100 customers this month. Of those same group, next month only 50 are left. That's a 50% churn. The lifetime value for that, the lifetime of those customers is then 2 months. So the customer lifetime value is this month's monthly payment plus next month. That's it.
How to estimate? Because these are numbers I can't measure when I'm not at the market.
Yes. So this is a real problem for every entrepreneur. Later on, I'll talk about business experiments. But basically, you need to find a way that costs not very much money to measure with a few customers what their churn might be. It will not be a good measurement, but any measurement is better than I'm the entrepreneur and I know my churn will be X. Okay, that's not credible. If your pitch says, I have measured this and it's not a very good number, but here's what I have, and with your money, here is my plan for measuring this well, the investor says, yeah, maybe he knows what he's doing. Okay? All right, other questions? I recommend this book, The Startup Owner's Manual. It was written by Steve Blank. Many of you may know him. He's very well known in Silicon Valley. That's where he has worked for decades. He is an entrepreneur. He's written about what entrepreneurs' problems are. It's not an easy book to read, but it has very useful information in it. He has defined 4 steps for you to see that you will go through if you are successful. The 4 steps are customer discovery, validation, creating customers, and building your company. What he means by customer discovery is talking to your customer and finding out if they will buy your product. That is pretty simple to understand, not so easy to do. So this has to do with what are the features of my product, what is the customer really looking for, because you might not have a good product market fit. That's about pivoting to get a better product market fit. Once you think you understand the customer and the product, the next step is, how do I sell? And that's customer validation. So now we need the customer acquisition cost, we need to validate that market size. And when you understand these 2 things together, more often than not, you will learn, gee, my product idea isn't so good after all. Because too many customers are saying no, they won't buy it because they're too busy, you're not solving a problem that's important enough for them. And then you pivot. Nobody tells you how to do this, but you're an entrepreneur. You either leave what you're doing, go get a job somewhere, come back to it later, or create a new type of a product and repeat the process. So repeat until done is essential to doing this. Most of the time when you are finished steps 1 and 2, you have to go back and restart. That's okay. Better to do it now than later. I will take you through each one of these steps, but I point out at the end of step 2, you may know enough to build a successful company. You know how to get revenue, you know how to get customers, and how to expand that customer base. So 3, creating customers involves now the venture investor has given you $2, $3 million, $4 million in order to execute the plan which you have built around this information. So here you're executing, spending a lot of money. If it works, great, you grow very fast, and after a year or 2 of growth, now you get another very big round, maybe $20 million to boost your growth. At that point, your sales model is well understood, and the building the company involves putting in place people and processes that allows this business model to be executed the same way every day of every month and grow like crazy. Okay, so that's the 4-step process. We're concentrating here in our group with you this week on customer discovery and validation, because that's what it takes really to create the model. And then this is more execution related. So I'm going to take you now through a more detailed discussion of what customer discovery is. Okay, will my customer buy is the question you're trying to ask, trying to answer. First point you've heard from all of the trainers. Get outside your office to meet with potential customers. Many customers. Ideally, you want enough customers to represent every different customer group. The ones who will buy, those are great. The ones who will not buy, because that helps you draw the line. I understand now this customer won't buy because I've talked with that customer and she told me why she won't buy. Okay? And when I pivot later on to try to improve, that information is essential. So learn in depth from those customers. What you want to learn are, you think you know their problem because you've talked about your problem. You know, the world is a very complicated place and you don't know everything about the market. So you have to ask the customer, what is your problem? So let's take an example here to make this more concrete. I'm an entrepreneur and I have the greatest product idea ever. It's an automatic coffee maker, starts in the morning with a timer, and it turns on an embedded TV set, which is in the side of the coffee maker. And now while I'm waiting for the coffee to cook, I can watch the TV without having to waste 15 minutes. So my customer value proposition is I save you 15 minutes every day. Okay, well, there's some problems with this. As soon as I talk to customers, the customer says, well, I don't stand around watching at my coffee maker in the morning. I'm cooking the eggs, I'm cleaning the mess, I'm having a shower, I'm doing all of this other stuff. You save me 0 time. Not only that, I don't want the TV set on my coffee maker. I have one already. I just put it on in the morning when I walk past. Well, yeah. So your initial plan that you think is so great, the customer will tell you, is it really great or not? Learn what their problems are. So what's their problem? Well, I had too much to drink last night. Boy, I overslept this morning. I need more time between midnight and 7 a.m. You know, you're not solving their real problems with the coffee maker with the TV set. And you're going to have to pivot that idea. And so you only find out if the customer will buy your product if you understand why they will buy your product. You have to be in your customer's skin to understand his day today, his problem, and then how you change his or her day with your new product. If you understand that, now you can express it well to your investor. Even more important, you understand it. So you can build your future company around the right understanding. Okay, so that also includes, we've discussed the product features, of how they solve those problems. How do you close a sale with the customer? Well, okay, coffee machine with a TV set. Maybe I put it on Amazon and the customers all buy. Well, all right, so make it a better product that customers do want to buy, how does the customer find out that they should search for coffee maker TV set? They don't know. They've never heard of that. You have a big problem with accomplishing that sale, which is getting the information to the customer. It's going to cost you money and time to solve that problem. You'd better learn from the customer how you can reach them. So my new customer who's willing to pay me $25 for the special coffee maker, what media do you like to watch? What TV shows, if I'm going to advertise on TV? What magazines do you read? How can I reach you? Okay. Get as much information, understand that customer to help you build your business. Now, this is done before you build your minimum viable product. Does everybody know what a minimum viable product is? Okay, and we build minimum because it takes the smallest amount of money, and we maximize the information we can get from the customer. Okay, so, but you see here, there are questions that you ask first before you even build the minimum viable product, because you can learn a lot from your customer by asking the right questions. Then build your product and show the product to the customer and make sure that their feedback to you is good. Or listen to their feedback, and if it's bad, go improve things in your business model. Okay, one word of caution that's really important for you to understand. When I'm talking with somebody who is a potential customer, I will choose a friend, and I will ask you, here's my product idea. What do you think? Look at this. And we're friends. Is he going to want to give me hard information that I don't want to hear? Yeah, maybe not. But as an entrepreneur, I need that information. So how do you get that information from people they want to help? How do you get the information without biasing the information flow? Well, okay, so one way to do that is when I'm talking with my friend, is to explain, I have a new product, but I don't perhaps tell him all the details about the product. So tell me your problems in the morning when you're drinking coffee. What's the biggest problem that you have? And you didn't bias it by saying, would you buy my product? You're understanding their behavior first. With that understanding, you will see, oh, they don't really want the TV on the coffee maker. Okay? And then that information is completely unbiased because they don't understand what you're expecting from them. They cannot give you a psychic boost from that. They'll just tell you about their day. So up here, be careful about prompting that favorable response. It's bad for you if you get the biased result because you're going to go spend a lot of money building the MVP, and then the next step is you're going to show, here's my new product. You're going to show it to your customer. I'll try somebody else. Show it to your customer. Tell me, what do you think of this? And then you listen. If you got the wrong information up here, they're likely to say when they see the product, oh, but I'm, in the morning, I'm in the shower, I'm cleaning up the mess. I don't have the time to watch TV on the coffee maker. And you just wasted all the time that you spent building your product. It's minimum, but you still spent a lot of time doing that. So get good information up front, then build it, and now test it with your customers.
Excuse me,
Yes?
just for fun.
Would you, yeah. Let's hear.
I think the display should instead be inside of the coffee cup so that you can watch TV while you drink your coffee.
While you're drinking the coffee. You need transparent coffee. Flexible display. All right, I love it. We have to drink green tea for that product. Sorry? Hillview. Yeah. Okay. So the customer discovery process, get information, build a product, test the product. You will get a lot of bad feedback, which is good for you. And you go back and you will change the product and make a new, you will do this again and make a new product and get more feedback from the customer. And you keep doing that until you have the strong feedback that you need. You want to hear, oh, I must have this thing, how soon will it be on the market? Let me tell all my friends about this. You're only asking $3 for the product. I'd be willing to pay much more than that. You want the very positive feedback. Okay, at this point, you're now done with that step. You have customer confirmation. You've established product market fit. That's a good step. Okay. At this point, you can write out your business plan because you know you have product market fit. So the business plan, these are all the things that we've been telling you you need to have in your presentation for next week. The market you can talk about because you've talked to 100 or more customers. And you know the ones that will buy and the ones that won't. It's still hard to get the information, but you have the segmentation established from real data that you've collected from your customers. You have your product definition and confirmation. You know why the customer will buy that product because you understand her behavior. And she told you how you sell it. I want A and B and C in that order. So you have your value proposition, and then you need to think, just how do I do distribution? What's the price? Well, if you haven't asked her already, go back. You have 150 people in your Rolodex who've already answered your questions. Ask them a few more. Would you buy my product at $65? No, no way. Would you buy it at $45? Probably not. Would you buy it at $35? Yeah. Okay, I got a yes. $25? Yes. Okay, so you get mostly. And then you can actually build that graph of the elasticity of the market. Elasticity, so how many customers will buy same product for different prices. You don't want to price it too low because you're leaving money on the table. You want to price it at the point where half your customers will fall off. Okay, market type is a product, it's an issue I want to delay until after we've done our interactive session this morning. And finally, understanding your competition, that's essential to your plan to penetrate the market. So we've talked about getting at least 50 people in your customer group to talk to. At this point, usually you revise the product idea and you start again. But you've learned enough. The next time you can maybe do 40 customers because you understand their motivations better. You still fail, go back, repeat. Eventually you can zero in on the market with probably 150 total people. You want user profiles to be created for each of these customer groups. The user profile is just a description of who the customer is and why they act the way they do. Comes from what they told you. How the product changes their lives. Think about what they're doing today, which includes the problem, and then how you make their life so much better afterwards that they're willing to give you $10. The last point here is important as well, understanding the influencers and the decision makers. Clearly, you're influenced by competitors, but your customer is influenced as well. Your customer may be influenced by a celebrity, maybe a TV show, magazines, different types of media. You need to understand those relationships. Okay, so the testing here. What you're trying to do is to get deeper information about your product so that you have a full picture and can make an intelligent decision if you need to pivot, or you can explain well to your partners and your investors why your customers are buying. Your customers are buying in the context of an environment which is complex. You need to understand that environment, not for product market fit so much, but you're going to have to defend your territory. So go to the conferences that address consumer electronics for coffee pots, or if you're in the horse business, would be a veterinary conference. Go to all the conferences that you have time for, and talk with people who can help you understand their business. Research your competitors, talk to people who used to work there. If they're a real competitor, find out what they're doing now by talking to ex-employees. You can find out who used to work there on LinkedIn. It's a quite simple tool for you. It takes time to connect with these people because you need to create a relationship. But you cannot get that information any other way. Did I see a question here? Okay. Yes, please.
In the process of the development of our idea, we made several pivots. Is it effective to mention this thing in the process of pitching?
Well, so to answer that question, think like a VC. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know how much work you've done. If you say, we tested this direction first, and then quickly we failed because we learned this thing, and now we are going here, you haven't taken much time, but you've given him a history on your activity.
We just thought that this direction is more profitable.
Well, congratulations then. Well said. Say it to the VC because it helps him know that you are better prepared than the average guy. Maybe you have improved your product 4 times, and that's better. But don't spend too much time on that. If you can do it in 20 seconds or 30 seconds, that's enough.
Thank you.
Okay? Okay, so the last piece of the customer discovery process is finding a few customers who will buy your product. Call them early evangelists, because your product is a minimum product at this stage. Why should they buy it? It's really kind of clunky. Well, if you're producing a value that they really appreciate and your product is 10 times better than the competition, they may want to try it, and they may want to talk to their friends and be the knowledgeable person in their circle about this new activity. You may think they will never buy my product because it's minimum. You've stripped out all the good stuff that you imagine the customer will want, except for the key value. But your customer may say, that value is enough. I will pay you $15. Now, full of bugs, I want your product. That's the kind of feedback you'd like to get. These are very special people. Not many of them out there. Don't expect to get a lot of that. But a few of them will help you debug your product. They will always answer your questions. I love this new feature. When can you do this other feature that, well, I didn't think of that. That's a great idea. Okay, they teach you a lot about the market. So finding early evangelists is a really important tool for you if you can. Okay, now customer validation happens after step one. We have established product market fit. We've talked to the customer. We have product defined. Customer says they love it. Step two here, customer validation, has to do with how do I sell this product? Your ability to sell determines whether you can scale your company. So scaling, you need to find new customers, you need to deliver the product, you will have returns to deal with, quite a complex chain of activity. We need to run business experiments to answer some of these questions that we will have about how do I do this scaling. What do I mean by a business experiment? It's not much different from an experiment you do in high school or university. If I've developed steel and I want to know the yield point of steel, I go do an experiment. I make some steel, that's your minimum viable product. I put it in a machine that will pull the steel and measure stress versus strain. You need a tool to do these business experiments, and you need an experiment design. So what would a business experiment be? A little later, I'll call somebody up and we'll go through this process. Let's say I want to know if I can sell to a subsegment of my population. I have a drug for dogs, and I want to sell not to every veterinarian, but I want to try an experiment in my hometown in Dallas, Texas. And I will choose only the small veterinarians and 4 of them. Can I sell my product? That's the purpose. I want to spend a small amount of money. I have my minimum viable product. So make the phone calls, make the pitches, and run the business experiment. See if you and get the data that you can from these veterinarians. That experiment will then give you an answer. I can sell to 1 out of 4 of these veterinarians. But you learn other things beyond what you planned to learn in doing these experiments. If you try to measure the yield strength of steel, you want to know the force at which the steel breaks. But you discover in the experiment that something funny happens in between, and there is plastic flow just before it breaks. You learn something new about the market. In the case of the veterinarians, you may learn, every time I call the office, I get that secretary, and she screens me out. I can never get to her veterinarian. Well, I just learned something about the market, how hard it is to penetrate, to sell to veterinarians, veterinary doctors. So you want to test your ability to scale by designing small, cheap experiments that you can do in 1 month. And you do the experiment and learn from that. You always learn something unexpected, and hopefully you learn what you set out to learn as well. So test sales, pricing strategy, lifetime value, acquisition cost, these are all things you can design experiments around. You may not want to do them all. You should choose what's most important for your business. And of course, you will tell the results to your investors and your partners. But this information helps you learn how you're going to sell and where your problems are. Just remember that you're aiming both for profitability, 65% gross margin, and low customer acquisition cost. So you have product market fit, you run a series of tests to learn about the sales process. And you learn that in reality, it costs a little more than you thought for the sales, and maybe your margin is a little lower, and if your costs are higher than the margin, you don't have a good business. So you go back, and now you have to repeat. New features, new type of product, new business plan. I was meeting with a company, I think it was yesterday, in our group, who had a product that would sell for $80 to consumers. She asked me, is this a good price? Well, it's hard to say just off the top. If it's a really wonderful product, maybe $80. But for that consumer electronics area, maybe $20 is a more average price. But her price must be sold at $80 because the cost is high. So what can you do? Here you have a case where it's not profitable to sell, or the price is mismatched. You have a product market fit problem. So I suggested to her maybe a different business model. You could think about different business models for monetizing your product. Instead of selling the product in a one-time transaction, maybe sell the product for $30 or $25 and make no profit, but have a consumable which is then sold many times, once every month for the next 12 months. And the consumer will say, $25, okay, plus I have to buy these little coffee cups that make my coffee go in the box. Well, okay, I'll buy the coffee. So maybe you can solve your problem with a business model innovation, or maybe you can solve it with a product innovation. There are different ways to innovate. Yes, please.
My question is, there are certain startups, especially in the B2B2C model, right?
Yeah.
And there are users who use the product, and there are customers who pay for the product. So there is an acquisition price for both of them.
Yeah.
So how does it go with the users? Because users don't really bring revenue, right? You need them to get the customers. So do you add that to the customer acquisition value?
You need to understand, in that case, you've got a multi-level sales problem. You sell it to one guy and the user is somebody else.
Yeah.
You have to have two different value propositions, one for the buyer and one
Yeah,
for the user.
that's segmentation, yeah, and you have two value propositions. So you divide this process entirely and have two calculations, or you just join them together. That's what the question is.
Okay, so well, in the case of value proposition, you have two value propositions. But for numbers, I think you're asking about
Yeah,
customer acquisition cost.
yeah.
That's a sales-related activity. So it's only the buyer.
So you don't think about the users, right?
Well, but let me ask, in that example, after I sell to my customer and he gives it to the users, do I ever talk to the users?
That's the thing. You are between the customer and the user.
Well, my product is there, but
Yeah.
do I have to spend money talking to the users? I sell
yes,
I
you-
sell to my customer.
Yeah.
If I have to talk to the users,
You have to talk to them.
then it's part of the customer acquisition
You have to talk
cost.
to them. Yeah, you have to develop them. You have to.
Yep.
Okay.
Then it's part of the customer acquisition cost.
thank you.
Because that one sale, to be successful, I have to do this interaction and all of those interactions. Yeah. Thanks. Good question. Okay. Remember? Oh, one thing I didn't put in before. I mentioned churn. Churn. Who doesn't know does not know what churn is? Okay, it needs a definition. If I have 100 customers this month, I measure those same customers. I don't add the new ones. The same customers, and look at them next month. How many are left? If I have 85 left after one more month, my churn is the percentage who leave. Well, if it's 100 and then it's 85 after 1 month, my churn is 15%. Yes? You're losing your customers. They get bored, they move away. Many, many reasons for churn, good reasons for churn. You cannot control it. You have to measure it. Could be a good business experiment, but it's hard. You mostly do that later. So if my churn is 25%, then after 4 months, on the average, my customers are gone. My initial customers are gone. Yes?
How to calculate it in regard of tourists? For example, we have a returning customers, so new ones.
So the new customers are your growth.
Yeah.
Every customer. So what's the question?
For example, average growth is 10% in tourism in Georgia. So lifetime is for my customer is 4 days, and he's gone or she's gone.
After 4 days.
After 4 days, but next year, I'm 15% more new tourists arrive to Georgia. So in this regard, how to calculate this churn? For example,
So-
if we have 2.5 million this year, next year we have 2.8.
I
still
think-
it's growing.
Be more precise about when you lose your customer. If your customer will come back next year for another tourist visit, and then next year, but then they go to orbits. They stop with you and they go to orbits. Then that's when you lose the customer. So you may keep that customer for 3 years, but your lifetime value for the customer is only one interaction per year. So you make $35 this year, $35 next year, and then the customer leaves and goes to orbits. You have a 2-year customer lifetime, and the lifetime value is $70 in that case. So the customer lifetime churn is really valuable for software as a service and internet applications where you have a lot of customers. And the lifetime is 1 over the churn. So now if I take the revenue per month, $1 a month, times the customer lifetime, 4 months, so that's $4 I make, minus the cost of goods sold. It might be very low, but I have to pay for my website divided by 1 million customers. So take off whatever, 50 cents. So $3.50 is my customer lifetime value. Customer acquisition costs better be very low in that case. Okay. So now we've finished the first 2 steps of customer discovery. We have 3 answers. I know the market opportunity. I know where my demand is coming from. Who are my customers? And what channels should I use to reach that customer? And business model. I think I know how to make money and grow. I did 3 business experiments. I pivoted 9 times. I think I know the answer. I have on my list at this point 10 more business experiments I would like to do. And they're prioritized. I'm working on the first one now. But I have a good sense of this customer. Perhaps now I can approach investors. I can give a good story and learn from the investor what's required for success. Don't expect to get yes from the investor. Expect to use our tool a lot. Thank you for saying no so quickly. You've saved me a lot of time. But to help me a little bit more on this one issue. How do I reach those customers that those hard ones that you were telling me about? And it's repeat. Okay, so there are 2 more steps in the customer development process. Let me tell you about those quickly. These steps are for later in your development. In step 3, customer creation. Here's where you've been successful. You've raised $1.5 million from your venture investor. And he says, do everything you said you would do based on the proof that you have. And you expect to spend this money and fill out all that information. Now's where you get your first good data on churn. It's otherwise too hard to measure. So you're getting good numbers now as opposed to having too few in your sample. Okay, be aware, of course, raising cash dilutes your ownership in your company. $1.5 million, what was your value at the time? I don't know. Your investor told you the value as well. So you gave up 30%, 40% of your company to get this cash. And you know you're going to spend all of that money in 1 year. It's going to be gone. It's only useful to you if your customers really produce revenues which are greater than the amount of the money that you're spending. So why did I talk about customer acquisition cost versus lifetime value? Because the money, most of it, is going to customer acquisition cost. Some will pay for salaries, of course. Maybe you can spend some on rent. If you can avoid that, it's better. So we've gone through these other steps in detail because you don't want to waste this money. It costs you too much. So no wasting money. You're learning still very fast, and you're creating new solutions for your customers often at this stage. You learn better segmentation. You develop a special pitch for each segment of the market. And you may develop a second product at this point. Once you're done with step 3, all your data is good. Now you've really proven this, and now your investors love you because you've gotten the right answer. They give you 20 million, 40 million sometimes, and you're spending the money again to build more, to do what you said you were going to do. So all the learning is finished at this point. It's all been done in the earlier stages. These investors will not join you until the proof is there. So they need the proof from those earlier stages. I should also say that from my point of view as an entrepreneur, this is a more boring stage. There's no new products, there's no customer interaction, and my investor hires the best people who really know how to do the same old thing every day and to build a team who does the same thing every day. I don't know how to do that, really. So I'm not the right guy for that company anymore. And this is common. Entrepreneurs leave in this stage. When it starts to become boring, they go out and do something more exciting. That's okay. Just be aware. Okay, so we're close to the end. I want to save a little time before coffee break. Firstly, summarize some rules for you of this process. Okay, rule number 1. Founders are the guys who talk to the customers. You will do cold calls. Talk to people you've never met before. You do this because you're the most engaged person in this company. You hire somebody else, make these phone calls. He's not, his objectives are different from yours. He may be selling himself a consulting contract with this customer because he thinks the small business isn't going to work. And so he's not focused on your objectives clearly. Only you can do that. Also, you're an entrepreneur. You may make the mistake. Your employee comes back to you with bad news. Well, you say, I want to defend my idea. He must have made a mistake. Let's change what you're doing with the customer. I'm not listening. Okay? So you do the cold calls because you need to listen to the customer. Have we heard of agile development before this week? You don't want the creation of your minimum product to be slow because that reduces the number of business experiments you can do in 6 months. You slow down your learning rate, you spend more money and time. Don't want to do that. Point 3, You want to test everything in your business. Change anything that needs to be changed. And you need to be creative. Most business models will not work. How do I fix a problem on a pivot? Well, nobody can tell you that. You have to be creative on that. And now is the time to do it, early on in the process. Don't be afraid of learning the bad news. Okay, it's good news for you to hear that. Okay, point 4, decision speed. If you're a CEO of Oracle and your company has 20,000 employees, you decide, we are now going to do our sales process differently. Your sales guy says, oh, okay, I'll follow the CEO. I need to train 15,000 salesmen with this new process. Oh, it's going to take probably 9 months. And I hire trainers. It's a lot of work. This is not a reversible decision. The CEO of Oracle cannot make that decision and come back later and say, oops, made a mistake. So he will not make that decision without testing on a small portion of people. But you have a big benefit. You can make a decision and change it next month. Nobody cares. You have your co-founder, you have 2 employees. You tell them, didn't work out, here's the new direction. That is a reversible decision. Recognize that your decisions are reversible because you want to decide fast. Allow yourself to make mistakes. Decide fast and learn fast. Before the meeting ends, you're CEO of your small startup. Your sales guy says to you, why don't we do this thing? And you have a discussion in your meeting. If I do that, then this will change and that will change and I need to put this in place and here. Make a decision before the end of that meeting. You don't know everything. But you do not need to wait, like the Oracle CEO, until you have more information. If it seems like a good idea, if your gut is that this is going to help, do it and learn. When you learn that it's not going to work, fine, you learned it's not going to work. You tell your partners, let's go back from that and on the original direction. It's reversible. You don't hurt yourself by making the decisions, but you get the benefit of speed. I just want you to know your decisions at this stage are reversible. Make them fast. Okay? Move fast. That's what my colleagues mean when they talk about Silicon Valley time. Do it. Move it fast. Okay. 5, preserve your cash. When you get 100,000 next week, it may be the only cash you see for a year. Don't spend it. You need that cash for a few things. Keep it for those few things. Save it. Find ways to do everything cheaply. Okay? Make your business experiments happen. If they need cash, you still have some in the bank. Okay? And lastly, you know this already. Embrace the change, the pivot, the failure. That's part of the process. It's not a failure, really. It's just a pivot, change, improve. Okay, I'm going to do market type after the break. Let's do a little exercise. I'd like one. I have a volunteer. Okay. Okay, we have already one microphone up here. Does it work?
Yeah, it
Okay.
works.
So I have an example company. We'd like to go through customer development process together. I'd like you to ask questions to this company that will help him move forward with the customer development process.
Okay.
So remember, in customer development, we have product, we have customer, and we have sales activity. Three different. Please give your
Information about our product and customers.
start with the elevator pitch.
Okay. So we are going to create new way of entertainment and give this entertainment to the world. This is the online game, Georgian online game, Online Joker, and we will launch this game to the global market soon. So we have different kind of market strategy, go-to-market strategy, and I'll tell you more details later or now.
Good. The elevator just arrived. Okay. What's the first question we want to ask? What's the category for the first question? Okay. Is it free?
Is it free to play or I need to?
It's free version for players, but there will be additional services that they will buy.
So freemium sales model. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Does everybody know what freemium is? Okay. Free is good. Why? Customers makes it easy to buy. What's the benefit for you, for your company? We just covered something. Yes? It gives you lower customer acquisition cost if it's free. Customer takes the product, he teaches himself how to use it. You don't have to spend time with the customer teaching him how to use the product. You save cost. It's a wonderful sales strategy because it's low cost. Go ahead. Next question. Well, I'd like to ask for questions in the category first of product and value proposition.
Are you already operating in Georgia? And if yes, how much customers you have and what's your revenue so far?
Thanks. So I have experience launching products, something like that, and engaging users. At this moment, this product is new product, and we already have yearly evangelist users, as I saw. Is it correct?
Yes.
Early evangelist.
Yes.
It's about 800 users that already play and test this product. And we get some feedbacks from them and try some new experiments. This is the stage where we are now.
Yeah.
The platform of the product. What's going to be the platform?
No, that's early evangelist users number. Yeah, that just it's mobile users. And what was the question? Platform is a mobile platform and Facebook. We are going to use those two platforms, and first it will be iOS.
Okay. Allow me to lead the discussion a little. Let's focus first on product. What more? He's told us a lot. What more? You're a VC. What do you want? What do you need to hear about product, if anything?
We are going to get money from services. It's different kind of services. First, it's monthly subscription with service, and we also have some researches that what will our customer buy. And with these results, we have two different products. It's double rating that will increase their rating for a period of time,
Yeah, I got it.
and
Thanks.
changing nickname. Also, we are going to put some mobile advertisement in our application, and that's the main business model we are going to launch.
Okay, so he told us he has customers. Are they paying now?
We have customers in our other products, not in this product. This is in early stage, and they are paying now. We have paying customers too.
For this product?
No, not for this product, for other product.
Okay, so still free, they're not going up to the premium part yet of the product? They're not paying
For this product, no. We
for
don't
this,
have-
just this product, yeah.
No, we don't. We have not launched yet.
Okay, is that enough information for the VC
No.
on the product?
Can I have a
value?
question?
Where are you?
Here.
Hidden.
Who are your competitors and how you differentiate?
Thanks. Our competitors on local market is Georgian casinos, which, casinos. On global market, we don't have direct competitors, but we have indirect competitors. It's Uno game and poker games. It's similar games, but we have different kind of rules which will make players more attractive and make this game more playable.
Question here?
Yeah. Why do you think that it will be successful in other countries? Because as I know, Joker is only popular in our region. And why do you decide that you want to expand in other countries, and which countries are that?
Thanks. I agree, it's a very popular game in our region, and I think almost everybody knows in Georgia how to play it, but it is not known in USA, for example, because they don't know how to play it. We have some little researches on US market and also in Ukraine and Azerbaijan and Armenia, and we have results that they will play such a game. That's why I think, and we think that it will be successful. But I think that we have to make some experiments, more experiments, and get more details about it.
Question?
And let me screen and help you. Please, which of you will buy this product? Please take this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have less customers.
Thank you.
At the moment, we're thinking of the venture customer. So how do we raise money for this? What do you see anything the pitch is missing on product, customer, or sales? All right, can we?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, because I have a question more from technical point of view. Sometimes while playing, users leave the game, and you have to play with the computer. And sometimes it's not really user friendly, and it's not really adjusting to the reality. How do you solve this problem? Because it might get not that interesting, and other customers might also leave.
Yes, I agree with that too. And we had very many experiments about that, about user experience and user interface. So we tried several few new things, and we have some good feedback from our customers. That's why we have now 800 customers and getting more and more feedbacks to launch it and make it more user friendly. So we are working about it.
Okay, one more question.
I have one. What do you think, what is your strategy of spreading your product abroad? on the global market. Because I was thinking right now, my friend is in California, and it would be great if I could play with him Joker. And are you going to use this immigration to spread the product? Because from our regions, many people are gone in America and countries like this.
Thanks. Immigration really works. We tried it in our other products, and it really worked because the product was Georgian product, and when we launched it, it was very interesting in other countries. But when we went in details, we knew that it was just immigration. We are going to use this tool and also to sharing friends our product.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a question.
Can you hold the question for a couple of minutes? We'll come back to you. You'll be next.
Sure.
So our team has good strength in customer confirmation, but the customer confirmation is for your modified version of an existing product, right? We don't have any confirmation of something that's hard to do, which is to scale outside Georgia and obtain viral growth in a new market.
Yes, we don't have such experience.
But the investor will look at the past experience and see, at least in one country, this was viral and it became a success. How can we create risk reduction, an experiment, a business experiment, that will help the investor guess that maybe you will be successful in one other country? Choose your country.
Okay, I think that we should ask US customers, we should show this product US customers and get feedback from them if we are in US market.
Yes.
That's the thing that I think to do.
Do you have a plan for doing this? How do you ask? How much money it will cost to ask? And what data you will measure?
Okay, so we have customers Georgian customers who lives in US, and we can use those customers to get some results from there, from US market.
What do you ask them to do?
So will you buy and will you refer to your friends this product? That's two questions that I think to ask them.
And maybe you can measure, if they refer to 5 friends, how many new customers you have out of 5. Percentage penetration. Okay. What do you think the investor will say if our team has a detailed plan? You can tell the investor, here's how much it will cost, here's how long this experiment will take. What will be the reaction from the investor?
Let's first take those experiments and then come back with the results. I think that will be the answer. And after that, I can say that I need some money for experiments, some additional money, and we can start. But I think there will be no again.
What's the next experiment you do? You measure the penetration rate from one step out from your friends. Then what comes next in the plan?
The next, it's to make some promotion on social networks for targeted market and targeted users and get some results from that promotion.
Okay. What else does the investor want from our team?
I think this game is made already about a couple years ago. Here is the game and how you are competing with them. Joker. It's Joker 1 and you can play it online and in mobile. And it's about 10 companies. there allows you this.
Okay, so
I just Google it, and
it's Android market, yes?
no, it's. I think it's. I don't really know, but we can try it.
There.
It's Android.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Web-based and
yeah.
platforms, so-
No, there's competitors, and but the main problem is that it is not mobile-based. All of them are web-based. So there is only one competitor on Android market, and there is no competitor on iOS. So we are going to be first on iOS platform and use this fact.
Okay. All of these questions are good, but I'm trying to discuss the investor relationship because you are all trying to attract an investor next week so that you can win the cash. So how do we understand what the investor wants for this example?
Yeah.
So, to repeat the question, what is the customer acquisition cost?
Yeah, because from what I understand, you have to, go out in America and show them, the people, this product that they have, almost never heard of. So how much it will cost, and will the cost be justified by the revenues? I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, good question. I was going to talk about customer acquisition cost, but it's good that you asked. So it.
Can you say the answer in 2 minutes or less?
Yeah, of course. Customer acquisition cost will be less than 1 cent. That's we have some go-to-market strategy, and based on this strategy, we based on our calculations, it will be less than 1 cent.
Okay, so now you, as an investor, now you have diligence to do. You will go check his spreadsheet and figure out if you believe 1 cent. Okay.
Yeah,
okay. So, what else will the investor want to become comfortable with an investment here?
Sorry, I have one more question. I don't think I have heard any proof that your customers are going to buy your product, because from what I heard, you have customers that are playing your free game, right?
Yeah.
But you do not have any tested proof that they're going to spend money on the products to be bought in the game. So how are you going to address that?
So we have same customers and much more customers, almost 800,000 users base that buys buy.
But that's a different product, right? This is a new product.
It's
so.
Similar products. It's online games and similar customers. So we made some compare.
So you would make the point that you have experience in a similar game,
Yeah.
and you will do the same kinds of things for this game.
Yeah.
And then your job again is due diligence. There's an answer, and now do you believe it?
Yeah, I'm still not confident, because I'm not sure that the fact that they do buy a different product, a similar game, that they will buy another similar game, which is not the same.
May I try another?
Sure, go ahead.
To make some proof.
Well, let me suggest no, that you have that discussion after, because if you're an investor, you will listen to the answer, and then now you will shift to a different question. Because you know you can check with him later, and there are bigger problems that you need to know. So I'm asking the audience, what are the bigger questions that he wants to know?
Number one, when we are speaking about the competitors, right, and you mentioned poker games, like poker players are one of your target groups, right? Yeah. So what experiments showed you that What experiments show you that you will be able to switch those poker players to Joker? Number one. And number two, what experiments showed you how long the learning curve is for those users who never tried Joker? And what is telling you that those people will like it after the learning curve? And why invest time in learning a new game?
A great question. So for this time, we don't have such experiments made yet, but I'll answer as when we will have these experiments.
Good.
Now we already made some experiments, for example, 100%, and we got some great results. Based on that, we are going to make some better tutorial, improve our tutorial, and we also have character. It's a great character which teaches you how to play it, and users love it, and that's why I think users will continue playing it.
One class of question the investor will ask at this point is, tell me about your team. Tell me about the experience of your team, because it may be clear that they do not have all of the information they would like to have. But if their team has experience, maybe they can get that information. So tell me about the team.
We are 3 members in the team. Me as CEO, PR manager Salome, and Ellen designer. So we are looking for also 3 additional persons. It's a CTO and 2 developers. At this time we have outsourced these services, and in the future we are going to have them in our team. So we work together already. We have working experience together 1 year, and personally, I have experience working with different kind of teams, and it's about a 9-year experience. That's our team which created this first prototype, and which will launch the product.
So I'd like you to understand from that answer, investors understand entrepreneurs. You do not have all the answers. So there are always risks in investing in a company. The purpose of your team slide is to add confidence that your people can accomplish the job that hasn't been finished yet. And as you have done, you want to describe the relevant experience related to the jobs that still need to be done.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, how is this going for the audience? Do you like this process? Are you learning something? Yes. Yeah, okay. So let's spend another 5 minutes and then take a break. So questions, yeah.
All right, so I would first of all ask you to prove me that this game is catchy and that it's maybe not better than poker or Uno, but is as good as these two. And after you prove that it is catchy, I would ask you if one of your friends is a superstar, a celebrity, a Snoop Dogg, for example, and if he can tweet that he has won Joker and challenge somebody. And of course you will say that no, Snoop Dogg is not your friend, and maybe he's my friend. And maybe I'm thinking that if your game is super catchy, yes, you cannot market it, and it would cost you, I think that it would cost you a lot to take it to the people who has no idea what Joker is. But I can do it for you for really cheap. It won't cost me anything because he's my close friend. He will tweet and a lot of people will get interested, and learn themselves. And if you prove me that it is catchy, I can do marketing for you. So maybe if I would on your place, I would focus more on the game itself, how cool and catchy it is that it has a chance, than on other things.
Thanks first, and I have a question to you. Is it may it will be catchy, and do investors how to ask? Will investors search some catchy things in the game, or just finances and numbers?
The investor really wants to know that the game is catchy.
Yeah.
If you can show that,
Yeah.
you should do so in your presentation.
Okay.
The suggestion to bring a celebrity to help your market process, this is a good suggestion if you can accomplish. And it's not so hard to find a celebrity.
Yeah.
Celebrities get to be celebrities because they're always talking out. And you can be the topic that they discussed to their fans.
Yeah. Thanks.
I have one question. Maybe I missed this information, but as a customer, how will you keep me to play and use your app? For example, as a Pokemon Go, I was using it for 1 month, and I just deleted the app because it gets boring. You just play and gain just Pokemons. That's it. So how will you keep me to be your customer?
So it's a question about churn, right? 50% churn, or 80% in this case, for Pokemon Go. 80% churn because she left after 1 month.
Yeah. So we are going to catch our customers, and our main strategy is that it's online game. You play with online players, and every time you play, it's different. So it is not the same things that you do. Second, it's online tournaments that we are going to we will launch, and we will have also live tournaments. It's more important thing and more catchy thing for customers and players, that you will be the finalist and you will come in live tournament and you will win this.
Okay, I see a question here, one more question here, and I have the microphone here, so please start.
So first of all, I want to say that it's a great idea. I like the idea very much, and if I was a VP, or how to say VC, I would love to invest it because I know the potential of the game, and I like the idea to scale this game.
Thank you.
But as soon as you are going to make success, you are going to make first money and first buzz about the game worldwide, and I'm sure it has a great potential if you do right strategy, marketing strategy. You will have too many competitors, because the game itself is very easy to introduce, to make the game. What will be the barrier for them to enter the competition, and what will be the your advantage before them?
Thanks. Thank you very much. With our old experience, to be first on the market is a huge
benefit.
Benefit, yeah, thanks. Huge benefit. And when users will learn how to play on your portal, on your application, they will be with you for a long time. Also, our advantage is that we created new card, a new way of play. It's simple card, and if our competitors will copy this card, it will be also another advantage of because almost everybody will know that this card was created on that application, that portal, and others copied it. So I think that competitors will be, if there will be many competitors, it will be great for us. And also, we will try to keep new things, to add new features, new game modes, and that's how we are going to catch our users.
Two questions. First, why you think the nation who plays poker will prefer your product? This one. And second, what do you think is the strongest advantage of your product? If someone asks, tell me one advantage your product have, what will you say?
Okay, thanks for those questions. First of all, we have spatial strategy for poker players. When we are going to say, for example, if you are a loser in poker, you can play Joker. So, and the second question, and thanks, this was his idea. When we were networking yesterday, he said that you can do such strategy, and I want to thank him. So, and second question, bigger advantage is that when you play, you are not only having fun. You have some. It's good game for your how to say, to improve your skills, your logical skills, and I think that that's bigger advantage of this game.
Okay, one last question and then break.
I will start with this one. This offer was real about the Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg?
If it is a real, I need you. And about this issue, I have a question with you about, and I want some kind of recommendation from you. If you are building the software and in your team you do not have any developers and you are just making this software and using the developers with the outsource, is it effective to tell this story to the venture capitalists? And I think that this is some kind of risky when you do not have any developers in your team, if you're building the software especially.
So if everything else in your pitch is strong, that problem will not kill you. It is good to have your own strong team. But many people create products with outsource development teams. It's difficult to work with outsourcing. And it's better, you're in a stronger position having in-house development. But early stage like this, it's not too big of an issue. They can give you money and you can hire the in-house team that solve that problem easily. If I have sales problems that are less well under control, I will be much more worried about the sales problem. One more comment here.
I just want to make a quick comment on that one because I think it's important. One thing is don't lie in your presentation. So if you're outsourcing your team, you have to tell them you're outsourcing the team because the VCs will do due diligence and find out, and if they find out you're lying, then it's done anyway. So always remember you're presenting like you're presenting to investors and not to win a competition. So make sure you're being honest and telling the truth throughout.
Thanks, Kathleen. Okay, we're going to break. Let's give a thanks to Poker Joker.
Thanks.
Nice job. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation.
Yeah.
It was really helpful.
Oh, good.
Because I'm missing some numbers, some acquisition costs, and now I know how to calculate what to say.
I'll help. ერთ start it, please.
Testing, testing. Okay.
How many times you need on timer?
1.5 hours is good, yeah.
And when we get started?
5 minutes.
Okay.
I have a small question. I'm really keen to show you the presentation that you have seen 2 days ago during our first meeting.
Mhm.
So today in our room will be somebody else, not you. But is it possible to come to your room and have this 7-minute speech?
Yes.
Really?
Do both.
Do both.
Do
Yeah.
both.
Oh, okay.
Finish in your room, come to me, we'll add you at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Before you start. It's about clicking it about 2 seconds. Yeah. Okay.
You hold for
Yeah.
2
hold it
seconds.
at 2 seconds. Yeah.
Okay, I think we will start in 2 minutes.
When you're finished, can
Okay, shall we start? So I have some feedback for you, for the companies. I have heard now 20 pitches, and I will see 2 more groups, so I've seen half of your companies. Many of those pitches are making a mistake, and I'd like you to understand. I've heard the business plan described as my next step is I need $45,000 for this. So I want you to understand that the investment which comes to you through this process is not the number that you should be putting on your presentation. That's just, it's all that will come through JITA. venture investor judges will pay attention to your plans. They want to know your number for what money you need. And really, $45,000 is too little. So they're expecting a much bigger number, several hundred thousand probably, for your next required investment, maybe $500,000. So make your financial plan right for your business, the best for your business. Of course, it should be a small early investment, but it needs to be enough to get done the major milestone that you want to accomplish. Is that clear? Okay. There's a second point I want to make. When I look at your market slides, most of you are good, but I see the same error 4 or 5 times. I need to say something. When I see total available market is 7 billion people, this is useless. Useless to me, and it's useless to your company. If you have a product which is for, say, a drug for horses, maybe you could talk about the horse market, but it's not very useful to you because the horse market includes feed for horses, it includes massages for horses, buying and selling horses, everything. Putting on the shoes for the horses. All you're selling is a drug. So talk about the markets that apply to your product and your business. Maybe a bigger, broader way to say the same thing is, if somebody asks you a question for something and you don't understand why that's relevant to you, answer what's most relevant to you. Pay attention to your business. Okay? So, before lunch, I'd like to cover two more topics. There's one left over from this morning. Sorry. Knowing what market type you serve is very important for your business, and I want to spend a few moments on that now. Then I will talk about the sales costing process. Okay. Why should you care about market type? So firstly, understand what I mean about market type. You could be bringing a new product into an existing market, or a new product into a new market. You may have a new product into an existing market, but then you're competing against existing companies, and you're the little guy. It's not good to compete for little guy to compete against big. You're going to lose. So if you're going into an existing market, you need to do something that's quite different. And if your product changes the way consumers use products in this market, then you are resegmenting the market. In other words, today, before your product comes out, it's segmented as the way everybody knows. After your product comes out, you have different users who use products in a different way. That's what resegmentation means. And because the big guys are organized around the old market, you have a chance in a resegmented new market. And you can resegment that market if your value add is a very low cost product, or if your value add is focusing on a special niche, a piece of the market. And finally, there's another type of market if you are cloning a business model that already exists and has been successful in another country. You bring it to Georgia, or you bring it to all of Eastern Europe. That's a cloning business model. May work for you. So all these are different types of market. Know which one you're at, because companies coming into these different categories must look different. Let me explain that. Okay, back to my clicker. Why does it make a difference to your business model? Well, firstly, if you're bringing this new product into an existing market, let's take that case. That's nice. The existing market, it's already there. You know who the customers are. You know the channels to reach those customers. It's all there. You know the markets, you know the competition, and all of your competitors know it too. You can pay $3,000, $4,000, buy a market report from a consultant who sells to all of your competitors, and you can learn all of this information because it's an existing market. If you're going to clone a business model, this is all useful information. But how are you different from all the big competitors? Well, hopefully you have strength in language and local knowledge of the culture and special channels that only work in Georgia or that only work in Eastern Europe. And then you can grow in this area and keep the competitor out. So I have some examples here. Yandex, for example, is Facebook clone for the Russian market. Very successful. Right? It's a Google clone, you're saying? Okay. VK, sorry, yeah. Okay. Now, it's possible to bring a new product into an existing market. An example is Botox. You know, the stuff you inject to make the wrinkles go away. It's existing market. It's facial reconstruction, cosmetics. You know everything. But the product development is very expensive for existing markets. We're not going to be doing that kind of business usually here. Most of entrepreneurs are down here, new markets. Example of that is Apple. When the first personal computer was released, who were the customers? Who were they? I mean, hobbyists? They weren't buying computers before Apple was available. You couldn't count them. You weren't really sure they were ever going to buy. Apple had to create its go-to-market strategy. They didn't know who the customers would be, how to reach them, competitive advantages. It was all theory for them. Maybe it would work. Well, it did work. Of course, the company almost went bankrupt before they came out with the internet-enabled cell phone. So the point to be made here is that new markets, or even existing markets that are resegmented, In those areas, you don't know who the customers are. You cannot buy a market report that will give you that information. So the investor wants to know, tell me who your customers are. Well, you have a problem. The only way to solve that problem is, as I was discussing this morning, you reach out, you talk to customers, just like Apple did into a new market. If it's resegmented, maybe you can use some of the existing knowledge and project the changes and do so if you can. But this is a much harder marketing job than up here. So two very different markets. Also, the customer acquisition cost is very different depending on low-cost market entry to a resegmented existing market versus new product into new market versus the others. This is important for you to understand because there's no way you can get around the customer development process as an entrepreneur. It's never been done before. It's brand new stuff. You're inventing a new way the world will be organized. That's your advantage. The old guys do it the old way, the big guys, and they're all organized to do it the old way. And you get to do it a better way and to disrupt the big, strong people because you're faster and better than they are. And our advice to you in this program has been, how much better do you need to be? Roughly 10 times. How good does your gross margin need to be? 65%. Customer acquisition cost, how good? 20% of long-term value, lifetime value. So if you approach this as an ordinary marketing person, the marketing activity is very difficult, takes discovery. You're not experienced at doing that. The experience you do have is wrong. It's a new market. All your experience is with an old market. Your guesses even mislead you into thinking the wrong thing. Because of that, you must talk to the customer and listen to the customer. And the reason Steve Blank's book is so revolutionary is that he's written the first business model book for us, for entrepreneurs. When you go to the library to learn about marketing, it will tell you everything you need to do for an existing market. Because those books are written for the guys who work at the big companies. The customer development process is what the entrepreneur has to do. Okay? The reason I'm explaining this to you now is when you understand your market type, you get a leg up, a theoretical leg up on how to build your business over the future. Sorry, that went backwards, didn't I? And you need, sorry? No, it's working, I'm just messing up. So you need to understand that relationship with the business model, with your business model, because it will change, and you get that now while you're early. Okay? So let's move on. Customer acquisition cost. This is the way, as I said before, this is the way you manage your sales cost. You measure that customer acquisition cost. So startups care about customer acquisition cost. But any company, including the big guys, who need to scale their business, the scaling is the piece of the problem which the customer acquisition cost addresses. That's the key market that determines if your business is going to grow. If you put in $1 million, do you burn it all or do you generate profit out of it at the end? Unless you control your customer acquisition cost, you cannot grow. So you need to know about your customer acquisition cost now for several reasons. Clearly, the number will be useful. Perhaps, we heard about Joker. It's difficult to measure customer acquisition costs, so make some guesses and think about what determines your customer acquisition cost. At least put that into your strategy now and use the numbers when you get them later with a little more money. Just messing up again. Okay, so why is this important to you? Let's imagine that you develop a good product market fit by interviewing 200 customers. They love your product, you've changed it, you've pivoted 4 times. So, what's next? Scale, sell, build the product, and put money into marketing. Well, particularly for internet companies, this sounds like an easy thing to do. You know how to buy AdWords, we can create marketing campaigns, a little video, I'm on Instagram. It's hard to calculate the customer acquisition cost up front. So I'm going to give you my personal experience. Right now, my 5th startup is in the medical services area. We have an online solution for people who drink too much alcohol. We've had a good time together when we're relaxing after a hard day of work, having a couple of glasses of wine here. Some people drink too much, and that's not fun for them. The consequences for them are very bad. I'm not going to ask anybody for hands on this one because there's a stigma, but think about in your family, if there's anybody who abuses alcohol, you know firsthand what the problem can be. My company is going to solve that problem with both medication and some behavior modification techniques. And we can talk about that outside. The point here is we started, this is our 2nd product. We started with a different product and had to do a pivot. Our first product was diagnosing and treating a simple infectious disease. Every woman in the audience knows bladder infection. It hurts like hell. You want the answer now. You don't want to wait to go to the doctor tomorrow. We created a solution for all the women who have this to get a diagnosis, a triage. What that means is, how bad is your sickness? Do you need to go to the emergency room now? Or can you just take antibiotic? Or you don't really have it yet, you can maybe do a home remedy. All that's for free. And you click a button, a doctor calls you if you have the infection and sends you a prescription. We've talked to 120 customers. They love the product. We built the solution, and it's on the web today. It works for customers only in California because there are laws saying that our doctors can only prescribe in California. But you can see it from Georgia if you wish. We found that our customer acquisition cost was much higher than we thought. In our case, we pay Google AdWords to attract people who have a bladder infection. They don't know who we are, but they may search for, how can I get a prescription now? And they find us that way. We pay 85 cents per click. Many people search. If you're sick, you search. If you were sick last week and you're better now, you might still search for the next time. Your brother might search. Your husband. Lots of reasons. So there's a conversion rate between the search clicks and those interested in our product. For us, that conversion rate was great. It was like 35–40%. So they're interested in the product. They go through, get diagnosis. Shall I click or not? Do I trust these people? Yeah, maybe I'll click, maybe I won't click. There's another conversion. Do I buy? For us, the numbers were really good. We got 25% conversion rate at the purchase point. The product of those two numbers, it was about 5% in our case. So 1,000 clicks, 85 cents, that's $85. I got that wrong? $850. 1,000 clicks, 5% is 50 customers. We charge $30 per customer. The revenue was lower than our customer acquisition cost. So now we learn this after 1 year of work. We've built the product, and our business is out of balance. The customer acquisition cost is here, and the lifetime value, it only happens once every 10 years maybe. By then they've forgotten about us. Oh, we said as entrepreneurs, we will get viral growth, and our customers will tell everybody else. Yeah, they will. But there's that conversion ratio all the time. So we made a pivot, having learned that our customer acquisition cost was higher than our customer lifetime value, and we have now shifted to a different product in the alcohol business. I'm redoing all of that work that I did for a year to create a new product in the alcohol business, because I cannot put $1 million into scale this business. Question?
In your calculations, because you didn't know that one click costed 85 cents, or when did you make the mistake?
We thought that we could leverage those, leverage a small number of paid search customers into a much larger group of non-paid, everybody else. And it takes us longer than we thought to attract the unpaid group. We have to do inbound marketing, writing blogs, and having people learn to come to our site, which is free, no customer acquisition cost, but it takes a long time for people to learn that you have the blogs. So we're doing that now, but it takes too much time. We thought we would be able to scale this faster than we could. That was our mistake. It was too slow. Okay. Thanks for the question. So it's a cautionary example for you. Even very experienced people will mess up. What you want is a balanced business where your customer acquisition cost is low compared to the value that you get from the customer. In the case of alcohol, we have exactly the same problem. We know the cost per click. It will be slow with the blogs and all of that, but the customer lifetime value is much higher for alcohol. Acquisition cost is the same, but for the first product, we're out of balance, and the second product, we're in balance when we start. So that's the shift. We still have two products. One is out of balance, so we put that low priority. We need to succeed with the in-balance product first. We could not raise money because our first product was out of balance. Had to do a pivot, okay, and now prove for the second product that our numbers work. Okay. Depending on your market type, your channel strategy will be different. So let's talk about channel strategy and how it relates to customer acquisition cost. Don't expect to read this. I'll give you a big one in a minute. The point is, you need to understand this to manage your customer acquisition cost. Okay. Go to the library and pick out any 3 business books about channel strategy. They will all be about about existing markets. They will show you this. Here's what you need to do in your go-to-market strategy. There's 4 pieces of information you need. Tell me what you're selling, who you're going to sell it to, how you're going to reach that market, and where will you promote your market. It's in the big textbooks. If you look at the types of answers that you can give to these 4 questions, what you're selling, well, you will have a value proposition, you will talk about your competitive advantage, the costs to deliver the product to the customer. Remember, that goes in your gross margin. Who are you selling to? This is what you get when you talk to those customers. What's the segmentation of the market? Allows you to prioritize the segments, decide which segment you're going to go after first. That's your low-hanging fruit. Which one has less competition? How do your value proposition fit for the different segments? There will be one where it really fits nicely. And the beachhead strategy is the segment you're going to do first, and then the reasons for it. Okay, well, how will you reach your target market? Which channel to select? Are you going with direct sales? I hire my salesman, I hire a support engineer, I send him into the field, and he has to make 10 new leads every week, and he has to have 3 customer visits every week. And to scale this, I need many salesmen and sales engineers. Okay? Indirect sales, I may be hiring a retailer to represent my product to the end user. It may be a pharmacy, and I have a little package that the pharmacy buys from me, and he is the indirect sales partner. Where will you promote your product, and how do you promote it? So this is what the textbooks tell you. Where is the sales channel strategy and where is your customer acquisition cost in this thing? It's there, but it's totally buried. Because it's designed not for you as entrepreneurs, it's designed for existing markets. What you need to do is actually going to be quite different. And the world has changed with the internet. Why is it that we see such wonderful new value out of the internet? We're always surprised by these new big services. Netflix, obviously. Airbnb, that was a huge surprise. Who thought that a B&B site would become so popular and create such value for me when I go traveling? I can use this thing. I'm not looking for a B&B, I just want a cheap hotel. That's a surprise. These businesses have been made possible by discoveries of a new type of business model. It's the low customer acquisition cost business model that made these things possible. So who knows of a low customer acquisition cost business model? Think of one and shout it out. Open source. That's free, right? As I think I said this morning, if you have a free product, customers, they'll try it. They learn your documentation. You don't need to send the salesman out, which costs you an arm and a leg, to explain to your customer how to use this new product and what the value proposition is. They do it themselves. So open source is one. You gave us one other, freemium. Free product. After they learn how to use it, they would like this extra thing. They've already learned to use it, and they've learned your new product that you offer them. They just go to your website. Your input into that process is zero. The freemium business model creates new possibilities. That's why the web is big, ladies and gentlemen. It's not the web itself, it's the business model that made it happen. So I'm trying in this session, I have one conclusion I want you to make, which is you want to leverage this understanding, and I'll show you how to do this in the next few slides. Your sales channel strategy, firstly, it breaks down into two options. You've got direct sales or indirect. Okay? In the indirect case, you sell it to a retailer, and the retailer sells it to the customer. Let's say you're selling hard disks. You probably will use a retailer who has a big store with all of the electronics in it, and they will sell it to the end customer. Or you have a distributor. The distributor's business is to manage salesmen for his customers. That's you. So here you've got two steps between you and the customer. And then finally down here, there's I call it an OEM or private label strategy, where you work with a partner, a strategic partner. You build a piece of the solution, he builds the other piece of the solution, and together you push it out into the market. That can work. The big guy may already have the sales channels in place, and you use those sales channels. The problem with indirect is that you're over here and there's lots of stuff between you and the customer. So you're not learning as well. There's no direct connection necessarily. And to do this well, you want to make both a relationship with the OEM and with the customer. Okay, so let's look at the customer acquisition cost and the lifetime customer value for each of these cases. I'm going to give you 2 examples. We'll run through it quickly. This is my case, where we're doing the search engine marketing. Say that you're in a given month, you've put in so many dollars, you get 10,000 web visitors, conversion into your trial product, which is free. Conversion is 5%. Out of the trial into a paying product, they try it, they like it, 10% buy the product. Okay? So that means you've got, 50 customers. Yeah, here we go, 50 customers. In order to accomplish that, you may need to man the telephones, provide 3 sales staff, perhaps one is marketing and 2 is sales, and they help convert from free to paid subscriptions. The cost of those staff are part of your customer acquisition cost. Okay, now, if your total paid visitors are 100,000, that's 500 trials, 50 customers, your search engine marketing spend is $3,000, right? Cost per click times the number of clicks. Divide by the number of customers, 50, you get a $60 customer acquisition cost. Is that clear to everybody? You're spending only 30 cents, but your customer acquisition cost is $60 because of the conversion rate. Okay? No questions on that? Is it a surprise? $60? Yes. Yeah, it is to a lot of people. I haven't included everything yet. What about these 3 staff members? That's a cost. So if you add them, these are United States costs for startup, $8,000 per month for salary, that's really low in the United States. You have to have a motivated partner to be that cheap. Yeah. If you're going to expand your company into the United States, be aware the cost levels are very high. 1.35 is an overhead rate that pays telephone, perhaps office for these people. Very small. It can be much larger than 1.35. So this startup's doing a good job. $10,000 per month times 3. With headcount costs, your customer acquisition cost is $700. Now you're surprised. Big, big numbers. And all you're paying is 30 cents. What's amazing is in this leverage here, from $60 to $700, the difference is how much labor goes into closing your customer sale. If you can take the labor out of your customer sale, you lower the customer acquisition cost. With labor, without labor. Another example. Here's a direct sales case, which is heavy on labor. So you have one sales engineer one salesman, a half an inside salesperson to support. One sales team, a half a guy inside. Not a huge effort. Your salary cost, US numbers, $230,000 for the sales guy. You're paying him a lot because that's the future of your company. If he can't sell, or if he doesn't sell, you're dead. He's the most highly paid individual and the most valuable today in your company. Okay, sales engineer, inside sales guy, half of 90,000. The cost per year, not per month, is 45,000. Put in overhead, total team cost. You're not done. What's this 25% failure rate? This is reality. Hire a salesman. Sometimes it doesn't work out. You fire the guy. Bring in a better person, and he does work out. But you've lost months of time. So if you're losing 25% of your months per year, that's where that inflation piece comes. Okay, one marketing person, add that in. Your sales and marketing spend per year for this small team is $1 million. Better be effective. In this kind of model, maybe they're selling 10 units, 10 systems per year. Cost of customer acquisition, $100,000. If you're selling medical equipment, this would be a good result. This is why medical equipment is so expensive. It works for CT machines or MRI machines. Sales cost $100,000. What was the ratio? Sales cost to customer lifetime value. What's the ratio supposed to be? 20%. See, customer lifetime value needs to be $500,000 in this case. That's the value. Remember, you've subtracted the cost. So if the machine costs $1 million, your gross margin needs to be 50% to produce a $500K customer lifetime value on that one machine. Okay? So again, the conclusion is more labor input, higher customer acquisition cost. Yeah? Sorry, team failure rate. When you hire a salesman, sometimes he spends his whole time creating leads and he cannot close a deal. It takes you 3 months to realize you fire his ass, and 3 more months to hire a better salesman who does both and closes deals. Now you've lost 6 months. That's where this comes from. So 25% would say on the average of 1 year. Productivity.
Which is the common in the different markets? I mean, for the different products?
It's an example.
It's just an example.
Just an example, a few.
And
It's a pretty, it can be a lot worse than 25%.
yeah, but how to calculate this failure rate?
How about this is the wrong business model for you?
Okay.
So maybe you don't need to calculate this,
Okay.
this rate. That's where I'm going with this. Yeah? Yes. Abandon
it's like
some.
the team is failing, sales team.
It could be the channel is wrong and you have a good sales team, and then firing the guy won't help you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay? So let's look at the different sales models in order of complexity. So the freemium model is at the bottom because the customer does his own education. He self-educates. The sales has no labor or no touch self-service. There's no touch here. It's a self-service model, but there is still effort in converting these deals from test to signed, paid product. So light touch, these are all inside sales, high touch, field sales, and field sales with sales engineers. It's all more and more complexity and more human interaction. This guy from Matrix Partners, you can look him up on the web. I suggest you do if you're interested. David Skok, he has some great articles on this point. And he shows the customer acquisition cost versus complexity for the different business models. And you can see it runs down from $100,000 to $1 or less. What's remarkable is he's found 3 steps, each of which is 10 times cheaper than the other. Remember I said at the beginning, it's amazing the internet has become such a powerful force in our lives. That has been made possible by the invention of low-cost business models. So they've been invented. Use them if you can. So can you? Can you use them? I don't know. Your customer will answer that question for you. Figure that one out. Have your customer tell you how he would interact with a freemium model. Yeah, question?
I have a question regarding the previous slide. Yeah, thank you. So it's an e-commerce model, or it's just?
No, this is mostly hardware systems.
So if I guessed correctly, so, e-commerce not included the sales, first one, yeah? The most costly.
The previous one?
No, in this one. So the first row is sales. In e-commerce, we don't need the sales.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, in e-commerce, you may need somebody in your office who is talking with 200 people per week, trying to move them from free to paid. And that's not freemium anymore. That's a light touch solution. Okay, and if you put these numbers out for the different models, you see again the numbers increase greatly. I don't seem to have any laser with this device, but yep.
If you have in-apps in your app application, is it a light touch? If the application is free?
Well, that would be more freemium. You'd be certainly down at this low end area.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm not sure how useful the actual numbers are here. It's the trend that's important. Understand the trend. And then really understand for your business, what is your sales model and what are your costs? Okay? So, let me go back here. Your customer will tell you how you need to sell to him. He may not know, but he will tell you indirectly. And so if the customer needs to have somebody in his office, you're here, unfortunately. See if you can change your business model to get different customers so your product can be sold a little bit less complex sales process. If you can replace field sales with inside sales, you save $90,000 per product. Or if you can move from no touch to freemium, it's a huge improvement in your company. That's why you need to pay attention now. While you're entrepreneurs, while you don't have all of the structure developed. Because when you're talking to your customers, keep in the back of your mind, you need to know the complexity of your sales process that customer requires. And if the customers are pushing you up here, try some different ones. Try different ways of building your business model so that you can be more down here with low complexity sales. That's the message. Okay, so because of the strategic impact on your business plan, do it early. Costs are high even in low-touch business models because of the multiple conversion rates that are required to make a customer pay. Okay, so I want to dig one more level deeper. So understanding your customers are really important. Yeah. How much more time? Let's see. I think I have 10 more slides. 5 more. So are we almost ready for lunch?
That's fine. I can wait. Just how much time you need?
So I think another 15 minutes. Okay. It's up to you. I'd like to take one company and go through the calculation. All right. So we've mentioned understand your customers, learn from them how to sell to them. In order to reduce your complexity and reduce your cost, you will always start with search engine optimization and conversion optimization. This only makes sense. But use the zero-cost marketing approaches as you can. Inbound marketing refers to the content that you put on your website. If you have a blog that attracts people to visit your website and others to refer to your website because they like your blog and they're blogging themselves, this drives traffic to your website, free. Okay, there's also, all right, because we're running out of time, I won't explain how each of these are done, but these are in your notes. So retargeting, referrals from customers, that's clear. Do you really need onboarding? the guy in your office who's calling your customers to convert from trial to paid. If you can avoid onboarding, would be good for you, lower your cost, but can you grow? It's a question. You can only learn by working with your customers and even running business experiments. Okay, and obviously automate everything you can to reduce the touch, the individual customer touch. Okay, there are some problems with doing this, which is some customers really want to have personal touch. Think when you're trying to get your phone to work, you call up to, you're looking for customer service. That's complexity. If you don't have customer service, you lose some customers, the ones who want that support. So at some point, when you're deep in understanding your customer, you need to know about how the trade-off goes between support and losing customers. Now, simplifying the product is another way to expand the number of customers, because it's easier for the customer to select your product if it looks really simple. It's called widening the funnel. More of your customers look at you because it looks simple. But you lose customers who need complexity. Think of an accounting solution that works in some easy way. Well, if you're a professional, a legal professional, you need extra modules. And you would lose that if you're very simple. So there's a trade-off there. So be aware. So summary here. I think that's the last basic slide. Customer acquisition cost is like this balancing arm. Customer acquisition cost can go up or down, and your monetization, your customer lifetime value, can go up or down. You want low customer acquisition cost and high monetization. To achieve that, the green arrows are good, right? You want viral effects, inbound marketing, free products or freemium. If it's free, how do you monetize? There's always these issues. Open source, free trials. Okay. Field sales are the no-no. You definitely want to avoid that. Outbound marketing, where you're originating the calls, those drive your customer acquisition cost up. Okay, and over here, to increase monetization, you'd like recurring revenue. That's great. Monthly subscriptions. Scalable pricing. Based upon what you're delivering to the customer, you can charge more. They're happy if they're getting more value, or they may be. Cross-selling, upselling. Okay. So enough said on that. Final slide here, and then I want to go to the interactive part. It's a strategic issue, this balancing act. Your customers define what you can do and what you can't. Your freedom is in designing your business model. And that's what you're doing here while you're thinking about product, customer, and monetization all together. Be prepared to be creative on the business model side as well as the feature side for your product. Because the business model may determine your success or failure. Okay, enough for slides. I'd like to get a volunteer to go through an example of the customer acquisition cost for your startup. I think the first one I saw is over here, so. Okay, please introduce yourself and give us your elevator pitch.
Hello, I'm Giga Chichiladze, and our project is the B2B wholesale products e-commerce and price indexing platform for the construction materials at the first stage. We are building the product which will help first of all, help the buyers and the suppliers to connect each other, make the tenders, and also the bidding requests. Which means that if the company wants to buy a construction material, they can choose two options to buy these products. One option is to make the tender based on its company's requirement, and the second option is to just search for the suppliers and compare their prices and also the quality of the products and with the other requirements, and choose the one which is the important and which is the specifically some kind of efficient to their requirements.
Okay, thanks. So next step is we're going to go through your customer acquisition cost.
Okay.
I will take one question first, clarification on what this means. What is this product? Do I have a question? Everybody understands? Then volunteer a question. He sells construction materials on the web.
This is the B2B, business to business. We are connecting the business at first stage. We are connecting the business and business, which means the legal entities can enter on our website and.
So I make bricks.
Yeah.
And I sell my bricks on your site.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Will there be government tenders?
No. At the first stage, just the legal entities can just make the tenders, not government tenders, because the government tenders have the different, some kind of niche, and we are not entering this market.
Do you want me to repeat the question if there's no mic?
But I want to clarify that the feature, which is the price indexing, the government organizations, when they are announcing the government tenders, they will lose this. They will use this price indexing platform to make their own price lists for the construction materials and announce these government tenders based on this price indexing platform and based on these price lists, which will be presented in our website.
Okay. So you have a more complex sales model because you have the suppliers of the material.
Yes.
And you have the buyers.
Yes.
Of the material. And they're both required for you to succeed.
Yes.
Who is the first customer?
Our first customers are the both sides are first customers. I mean the buyers and also the suppliers are the some kind of crucial for our websites working, to say like that, and
Okay.
for the success. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think that your customers will be big, for example, construction companies?
Yeah,
Usually they have direct contracts with suppliers.
Yes, this is the first. They are our direct customers. I mean the huge construction companies and also the huge suppliers of the construction materials will be our first customers.
Okay.
Why?
So let me
Why?
ask.
Yeah.
I mean, you wanted to say something?
To move this forward.
Yeah.
So you have two sets of customers. You need both.
Yes.
To make your job easier.
Yes.
You would like to make one very easy and put your effort into the hard customer.
Yeah.
Is your effort going into the consumer or to the B2B customer?
B2B customer. Yes, at the first stage,
Okay.
B2B customers only.
Okay. So how do you, well, take us through the calculation of customer acquisition cost for your
Yeah.
B2B customer.
Yes, we think that because we are not spending any money in the development of the website, which is the direct sales for the customers. We have only the expenses of the marketing, which direct marketing, I mean the registration fees and this kind of stuff. Maybe the server or also, where will be our website will be uploaded. And also, we think the researchers also who will just make the research of the price index in the different markets will be the direct expenses of our website.
So I assume that you will personally make phone calls
Yes.
to the first 4
Yes,
or
for
10
the adapters, yes, we will
B2B
make- yes,
customers.
exactly.
So we will not count that work as part of
No,
your customer
no,
acquisition cost.
No. But if we will just hire another persons, maybe the salespersons, there will be the direct sales acquisition, right?
Yep. So how many new B2B customers can one salesman close in a month, in a period of time?
Within a 12-month period, we are planning to register 1,250 users, which means that we will need maybe, including myself and our team, we will need to hire approximately 5 or 6 salespersons who will help us to register this one and make our plan successful, which means that if we will just divide this 1,250 users into maybe 10 persons, this means that each team member will close the 125 users.
Got it.
Users in the 12-month period, it will be the 12 users per day, per month.
Okay. So before you do this work, you do your 4 or 10 customers yourself.
Yeah.
You establish the sales
Yes.
techniques.
Yes.
And then you hire
And train them how
10
to close it. Yeah.
10 salesmen.
Yeah, exactly.
Each salesman needs training.
Yes.
How long will the training cost?
We think
So
that
how long will it last?
the training maybe will last, I don't, maybe 2 or 3 days, not more, because these 2 sites are really interested to just make their contribution in our website. I mean, we have the partners from the construction field, which is the Infrastructure and Construction Association. They are our investors and also partners. So they have a huge influence on the construction field and also on the construction companies, and they also include the 25 huge construction companies in
Good.
their association. So they are our first adapters, and we will test our product with these construction
Got it.
companies, and after that get the experience how to close another customers.
So for the audience, I asked about the training time because this is lost time for the salesman.
Yeah.
If it's only 3 days, that's very good.
Yeah, I think that 3 days will be enough.
You may want to send the new hires to visit customers with experienced salesmen so they can learn the better techniques. And this may take some weeks while they are together. So you have training, and then you have pairing, and then they go individual.
Yes, we can make the to delegate this work.
How fast can you train new people? This is you, and would you bring in one new salesman every week, or would it be 2 per month? How fast is your training?
We think that when before our product will be ready, I mean this is the 3-month period. We are thinking not to hire anyone, not to spend money on this direction, to just close the customers with our team. I mean with our resources, human resources, and get the experience. And this 3-month period, we will just save the money in the direction of sales, in the direction of salespersons. And after the 3 months, we will hire within maybe 1 week, each week we will hire one person, or each 2 weeks we will hire these salespersons and train them. This is our plan.
So to calculate customer acquisition cost, you have the salary of the salesman,
yes,
the support costs for the salesman, which might include gas for his car, telephone support, something. So add those costs together, and you have the efficiency of the salesman. It takes 3 days to train, and then he is paired for something
with
time.
another experienced person.
So that's another factor.
Yeah.
So what's the cost per salesman?
The cost per salesman's
salary.
Salary, yes. If we will just compare, research the Georgian market salaries of the salespersons, and if this salesperson is not experienced, I mean that they do not have enough experience in the sales direction, we think that the average salary per month for the one salesperson is the $300.
US dollars?
Yes,
okay.
Approximately.
Good. So your customer acquisition cost is $300 per month.
Yes.
There is inefficiency.
Yeah.
There is extra cost
Pairing of the
for gasoline and other support. So maybe the cost is $400 per month per salesman after all that.
We also have, in our budget, we also have the expenses for the gas and also for the mobile phone, and the approximate expense for each salesperson is the $100
per month?
Per month, yes.
Oh, bigger than I thought. Okay, so maybe it's the cost per salesman on average is $500.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. And some salesmen will not work out after 3 months. You fire them and replace them. So there's another factor, just like we had.
25% it was, yes.
So maybe the number is $700.
Maybe.
After all of that.
If we consider these factors.
Per
yes,
month.
Per month.
Considering all those
yes,
factors.
Yes, they're
and you told me they will sell 125 per year.
Yes.
So divide by 12 months, 10 a month.
Yeah.
They will sell 10 new customers per month. So the customer acquisition cost is about $70. 700 divided by 10. So $70 for each new customer. Okay? More or less, it's a guess.
Yeah.
Now, but That's what we're trying to do.
Per
Now,
customer, yeah.
good. Thank you. Now tell me, we're not done.
Yeah, okay, I'm ready.
We have customer acquisition cost, and now we have customer lifetime value.
Yeah.
Tell me about the customer lifetime value.
Customer lifetime value.
Sorry? Yes, let's calculate the customer lifetime value just like we did for the customer acquisition cost.
Let's go through this formula.
Okay, so tell me the revenue you get per month from one business customer.
You know, we have a calculations per month. And this is the calculation, the forecast of the forecast of the revenue after 12 months.
Mm-hmm.
After 12 months, we will have each month we will have some kind of $15,000 approximately. After 12 months of operation, each month we will have approximately $15,000
Okay.
per month.
Is this the transaction volume or is this the
This is the revenue.
profit
Yeah,
for you?
profit. Gross
$15,000 per customer per
No.
month?
Not per customer.
Oh.
The total. I mean for the
100.
1,250 customers.
So I'm going to take round numbers, 1,000 customers, and
if we will
you
divide
said
it-
$15,000
Yes, 1,000.
divided by 1,000 customers.
Yes.
So the revenue per year is $15 per customer
Per month.
per month.
Yes,
Thank you.
approximately, yes.
Good. So I have acquisition cost of 70 and a lifetime value. We haven't finished that equation. So per month is, we said 15. How many months will the customer stay with you?
We didn't calculate this one, but maybe we can just imagine how
Tell
long
me
they will
the
stay.
tell me the biggest reason for your customer to disappear.
I think that if the biggest reason is the IT part, I think the soft part, if the software will not be the efficient and user-friendly, one of the biggest reason to just lose the customers will be this direction.
Mm-hmm.
And also our
thinking,
service.
I'm thinking something, maybe it's the same. So I'll ask you the question. If I'm your customer,
Yes.
I want more sales through your channel.
Yeah.
So if I do not get more sales, I will leave. It's not
Yes.
worth maintaining
This is
the
the second reason. And
connection.
the main reason. Yes.
So some customers will be happy and the other customers
Most
will
will
not
not,
be happy.
yes.
And that they will make a decision quickly, maybe in 3 months.
Yes, as I
about
said, yeah, as I said, it's based on the two reasons. One is our service. If our customer didn't have any chance to just increase their sales with the help of our platform, this is the main problem is our service and also the software, I think.
Okay.
Because this is the main and basic reason.
All right. Now, to finish this calculation, you need information that you don't have, I assume.
Yeah.
So you would need to talk to 10 large businesses who could be your customers and understand from them how they decide to stay in your service. What is, after they have signed up, what is their decision process for staying another year?
We already made this kind of research, now, and one of the main reason to stay in our platform is the price indexing price indexing feature. As I said, the government every year is announcing the government tenders, and in Georgian market, the whole total turnover of these tenders is the 6 billion lari annually. So in these tenders, there are these price lists of these construction materials, and they are using to just make these price lists. They are using the price indexing.
Okay, I have to stop.
Yeah.
It is too much detail.
Yeah, I know, but the main reason why our customers will stay on our website is to use this feature.
Yep.
Without this feature, they cannot just make these price lists.
Okay.
So this is the first and main reason to stay
Okay,
on our
thank
website.
you.
Yeah.
So to draw to a conclusion, to calculate lifetime value, I need to know how long the customer stays on the site.
Yeah.
You are explaining a sticky feature of your site.
Yes, exactly.
You make it sticky and you get a longer lifetime.
Yeah.
Longer the lifetime, the bigger your lifetime value.
Yes.
But if your customer stays 12 months times 15, what's that? $180 for only 1 year is customer lifetime value. 180, acquisition cost is 70. You have a business that is in balance. If your churn is even lower, and your business is so sticky that they stay for 2 years or 3 years, this is gravy for you. This is just more revenue, better business.
Yes. Yes.
So you have a break even. Your customers must stay for how many months?
If we will per month, if we per customer,
It's about 5 months.
Yeah, 5 months at least.
At least 5 months.
Yes.
5 months is break even.
Yeah, break even for our website.
But you're looking for a ratio 5 to 1.
Yeah.
So they must stay 25 months.
Yes.
Break even is 5 months.
5 months,
It's
yes.
5 to 1 is 25 months. Okay? All right. Now, question.
I didn't understand that break even is 5 to 1. Why? It is not just 1 to 1?
After 5 months, we will have the break even, which means that
No,
if
no,
per-
no, not that, just formula.
The formula is customer acquisition cost less than 20%
That's the break
of lifetime value. 5 to 1. Okay.
Okay.
Lifetime value should be 5 times more than customer acquisition cost.
Okay, and that's break even.
That's to make 5 times is very good.
Yeah. I thought
That's to
that,
get.
I thought differently, incorrect. So I thought that break even was 1 to 1.
break even is when the
Yeah.
expenses and also the revenue is then zero. When
yes.
you will just minus this formula. I mean,
Or,
when
or,
revenue minus expenses, direct expenses is the break even.
Okay, but let's ask you in Georgian, okay?
Okay.
So, როგორც მივხვდი მე, ანუ break even-ი საჭირო არის რომ 5 ერთზე იყოს შემოსავალი,
არა.
lifetime value და
break even-ი საჭირო 5 თვე რომ break even-ზე გავიდეს თვითონ software.
კი. არ არის საჭირო, ხო?
ანუ საინტერესო ინვესტორისთვის რო იყოს break even-ის მერე რომ 5 times 5 ჯერ უფრო მეტი შემოსავალი ქონდეს, მაშინ ინვესტორისთვის საინტერესო იქნება რა.
Okay, thank you, thanks.
Okay. Other question? Yeah, back here.
Hello. To be honest, I can't understand the native of your income. How from you generate the income? Is it subscription fee? Is it commission from transaction? Or what's the native of this
Okay.
income? And then I have another question.
Okay. Thank you for your question. We have in our business model, we have the three revenue streams. The first one is the cashback from the sales. I mean, when the whole process of the procurement of the construction materials will be done based on with the help of our platform, this revenue will be generated based on the cashback with our platform. I mean, the cashback is when the supplier will sell their product. This whole sales, how to say, the whole sales of this transaction, one transaction, from the wholesale of this transaction, the 5% will be generated with our software.
It means the commission from transaction.
Yes. This is not a commission.
Whether keep or not your customers anonymously, they see each other. They know who is buyer and who is seller. Or you are some intermediary company who buys from seller and sell to buyer.
Yeah, I understand. No, we are not some kind of resellers. We are the platform which is linking the suppliers and these buyers.
Okay, they can see each other.
Yeah.
And they can understand who, what sells in which price. That's correct?
Correct.
How can you avoid the direct contacts without you?
I mean, direct contacts.
Yeah.
Yes, this is our challenge. Yes, this is one of the main challenge for our platform. But I can just make the example of the Booking.com in our market. There is a same problem with that. The Booking.com, our hotels is avoiding the Booking.com. They are just directly contacting to the guests and make the deal without Booking.com. So this kind of problems exists in our market, and they are trying. The Booking.com is trying to just search this kind of negotiations, and if they will find this kind of problem, they will just ban this company, this hotel, and this hotel cannot just present their services in the Booking.com. So we will have the same.
It turns to losing your customers permanently.
You're right. Just a minute.
You're right.
Please continue in a minute. For all those who would like to go for food, I know it's ready. For those who would like to stay, we will continue for a few more minutes with more discussion. So feel free to leave for your lunch. Boy, nobody's
It means
nobody.
It's very good for you. Yeah.
Does it mean?
It means that it's interesting.
Does it mean that your ratio of churn, as David says, it be very high, especially for Georgian market? It's a small market, and the players are amount of players are very few.
Yes.
That's why Booking.com is a global company, worldwide company. It's maybe purchasers' amount is very high, but you have some restriction amount of purchasers. That's why ratio of churns will be very high. That you have calculate more precisely, more accurately the amounts.
Thank you. I have. I mean that this is our first, one of the first strategy how to just manage this problem, and the second thing and second strategy for managing this problem is this price indexing platform. If they will just make this kind of negotiation without us, they will not have any possibility to use our data, of the price indexing. And without price indexing data, they cannot participate in the tenders, which is the big loss of money if they will not participate in the tenders. So we have this kind of instrument and this kind of strategy to just stick this customer and do not and they will not have any chance and they will not think about it because they will lose the chance to participate in the tenders and get the data of the price indexing. So this is our second strategy.
So one comment, a very good question,
Yes.
and you're right, and you're right. Accept the problem, but it's not churn. It's not churn. If they do their purchases outside the system, it's just a problem with his revenue model, which he needs to fix.
Yes.
Churn is when they stop using the system. And they're still using the system, but only for one piece of what he wants. And they do their other transactions outside, not churn.
It's a bit comparable, sure, because they might, as the sellers might consider to use the platform just to acquire new customers and then negotiate with the customers that in the future they will offer them a good price and to use it for customer acquisition, and then the customer basically walks away, and then it would be churn, I think.
Then it would be churn. If there's one revenue source and they leave to transact outside, yes, that would be churn. But he has other value to keep the customer inside, and he needs to design his revenue in a way that will give him a good business.
For this I have the second question. How is it tied together? The access to your data analysis results, also this price index, how is it connected to using your service? I mean, can I be a subscribed customer who sometimes sells something and can use the data permanently?
Yes. I didn't finish my revenue stream model, and the second revenue stream will be from the advertisements, and the third revenue strategy will be the subscription of the price indexing platform, which means that everyone who will be registered in our platform can use this feature, but the features prices will be different. I mean, if they want to use the price indexing feature, they should just make the subscription and make the payment, and after that use this feature.
So this is completely separate. I can purchase this data without having to buy or to sell something.
It will be the combination. I mean that there will be the software where the suppliers and the buyers can use all of this feature together. I mean, they can just choose which feature is appropriate for them, appropriate, not appropriate, want to use, and after that they will just make the subscription of this feature. That's all.
Okay, I'm sure that you have carefully considered all these options. Maybe you should also consider to employ something similar to to a trustee service, that you process payments. If the purchaser wants to buy something, that you make sure, you collect the money and you make sure that the delivery will be made according to the agreement the supply and demand side have made before actually doing the
Can you just microphone a little bit closer? I didn't hear it.
You can, like PayPal, you can guarantee that you collect the money from the purchaser and make sure that the seller will supply as agreed before, according to the terms and conditions they agreed upon, so that you will add value for both sides to increase the motivation to use your platform, because then they can avoid certain problems.
Okay, to just facilitate the whole process, you mean to facilitate whole the process of the agreement?
To solve issues of mistrust, for example. Yeah, when I purchase something for $10,000s, and I'm not sure because it's a supplier I have never bought something from.
Yes.
I'm not sure about the quality of the goods.
And
For example.
yeah, I understand that we should be some kind of the middle person who will just guarantee that this product is a high quality and also the price is affordable and this kind of stuff. You mean?
No, you just guarantee that the yeah, it's
of course.
you
Of
build trust
course.
by making sure that the purchaser pays and the supply side supplies as agreed.
I mean, you mean that we should guarantee that this transaction, the purchase process will be effective and they will receive the...
According to the expectations, yes.
Yes. As I mentioned, we have the two challenges. One is the user-friendly software which we should develop and we are developing now. And the second challenge for us is the service. We are the service persons, we are the service platform, and this service must be effective. And one of the main strategy of this efficiency is the transaction process, which will be activated in our platform. So we will control all the process of the procurements. So
Okay. I'd like to thank you very much for your participating. Very helpful.
Thank you very much for your comments and feedback.
Time for lunch.